it okay? The sound okay? Okay, if he says it's okay. Okay, now we're here.
Here we are.
Aha.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the NGen Conversations podcast, streamed live from Hall 26 here at Hannover Messe, and proudly sponsored by York Region. I'm your host, Mark Kirby. I'll be with you for the next 30 minutes or so with a very special guest. I'm delighted to welcome back somebody I met last year, Reinhard from the German Center for Artificial Intelligence.
That's correct.
And you are the corporate spokesman.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about artificial intelligence. We're going to talk about cameras. We're going to talk about whatever you like. But you kick us off, Reinhard, with, we're here in the heart of technology, artificial intelligence. This is not your first rodeo. What are your opening? Take us away with something.
All right. So my name. So hello everybody that's listening. This is Canada. In Germany, we are in Hannover. Canada was last year the partner country of Hannover Fair. It was a fantastic show. It's a really large booth this year. Now we are in Germany. The weather is perfect.
It is today.
Sky is blue. We have 10 degrees. That's not too much, but but that's really okay. So Reinhard Karger is my name. I'm the corporate spokesman for DFKI. That is the German Research Center for Artificial Intelligence. And now we were founded in 1988. And the exact date is 4th of July, 1988. And the United States are really making a big celebration always when we are sort of. Okay, so but that means we are in this topic for 38 years as a company, but we are a not-for-profit company. We have our sites on the campus of the University of Saarland and Kaiserslautern and Bremen, Berlin, and we have sites in Osnabrück and Oldenburg. And 1,500 people are with us in the organization. That's all, with the students, with everybody. Now, I came to DFKI in 1993. I studied theoretical linguistics.
So you're pretty well a newcomer to this. You hardly know anything.
Yeah, I'm sort of now but you're right. I'm sort of a newcomer because this year we are sort of celebrating the 70th birthday of artificial intelligence. It all started in 1956 at the very well-known Dartmouth conference. Their artificial intelligence as a discipline was invented. And those Marvin Minsky was there, and other really famous computer scientists.
So give me the date again, just because that has surprised me. It goes back that far.
1956, summer of 1956, and there was a Dartmouth summer school. It was planned for 6 to 8 weeks, and if you look at the paper that was sort of published or that's available. Where they try to describe what they want to achieve with this new discipline, you will find that after 70 years, some of the intentions now are fulfilled by applications or by solutions that are very powerful, and so there are a lot of good news when you look at how human creativity is able to fulfill scientific dreams. And the real founder of all of this is Alan Turing, and he has this paper in 1950, and he has the basic question, and the basic question is, can computers think?
Mm-hmm.
And so we can talk about this if you want, but this is so it's there's a long history. When I started to study theoretical linguistics in the 80s of the last millennium, artificial intelligence had quite a run, because it was about thinking machines, about parallel computing, and that was in the 80s. And then, but sort of, it was a very academic topic. Nobody was really interested because the delivery wasn't there.
Okay.
But then it was about chess. Could that be the case, that a computer is able to win against the world champion? That happened in the 90s. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Do you remember?
Deep Blue. Yeah,
Deep Blue
IBM.
and Garry Kasparov and so okay now and suddenly people were sort of afraid a little bit, because if machines are that successful and machines play better chess than humans, and then what does that mean? But what happened? What they say is, after Garry Kasparov was defeated, and after it was proven that machines can play better chess than humans, the interest in chess was rising. So more people play chess, even given that it's not something that only humans can do, but that machines can do better than humans. And today, you will not win against one of these chess machines of today. The level isn't there. But in the end, it didn't frustrate humans, and so therefore we should. What does it mean for today and for our time? And it could mean that even if machines are better in something, it could push us forward into new domains, to new horizons, and so on. There is no, maybe there's a competition, but there is no war, machines versus men. It's simply, it's not the case. But we have to look what is the upper limit of what machines can do. There we have to be. We have to really be. We have to be honest. We have to be disciplined. We have to think about it, and then if we do this, what really happens? We get a new perspective of what humans are all about, why humans are so great, why humans are so interesting, why we have the best time in our life in community with humans, not with machines, with humans. And so then suddenly AI is in the role of a supportive tool. Okay?
Okay.
And that is of course, that is the optimistic and that is the academic perspective that I have. And I see many chances for us, many chances, to make us better understand the world, to make us better understand the universe, to make us better understand humans, and all of this. And there is the dark side of the moon.
Yes.
And so some people really love the dark side of something. It's not my. It's not my topic. But of course, if machines are more intelligent, more and more intelligent.
Yes.
If humanoid robots are more able to act in the physical world, what we call physical AI, that means the dark side can profit from this. And that it's like weapons. You have to control them. Nobody knows how really. There is this dangerous part. We have to deal with it. But really, okay. So now then we have to do it. We have to do it.
You talk about AI helping us to understand our world and maybe other worlds better. One of the things I struggle with a little bit, I'm quite visual. I like looking at pictures. I like talking to people. But how do I know anything is true anymore, Reinhard, when there's so much synthetic, AI-generated imagery? I used to think I could believe my eyes, what I saw in the press, if you like. Is it helping us understand our world, or is it just becoming noise?
It's becoming noise. It's becoming noise. So therefore, deep fake is one of the really big topics that we have to deal with. It's not that new to us, because after the invention of photography in 1828, suddenly there were photographs. Well, that's almost 200 years. So 200 years. We had 200 years to learn that something that you see is not there because somebody painted it or you are in the situation, but because it's photographed. And of course, this was used to do not deep fake with computers, but fakes in the dark rooms.
Yes, yeah.
Where they develop.
Could retouch a picture quite easily.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
so.
So we've been able to do this
We
for
learned
a long time, but maybe not to propagate it quite as broadly.
We learned these new technologies, and people always try to fake it something. Then came radio. It was the same in radio. So two people were talking, and one was a very brilliant voice imitator. There was no chance. If the imitation was brilliant, radio was on. There was no chance for us to understand. This is not the guy. It's not him. Somebody had to tell us. And there was this. There were also big shows, and okay. Then came television, and it's absolutely the same. There was a lot of fake in television, and now it's a new dimension. That is true, and we have to understand what now. Now, what should we do? What should we do? And maybe, if we see a picture, and we have no metadata, so maybe we will learn this is a possible picture.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that you see there, they are maybe human. And the house that is there, it's a potential house. But if the picture is a certified picture, certified by some agency, and there are content initiatives and
This
so on.
is about your element of we need to have control. With honesty.
Yes.
Some of the fundamental principles you were talking about, how we run our world.
Yes. Yeah. But we have to. Then so it is. We shouldn't make a certificate. This is computer generated. No, we should make a certificate. This is human generated. And maybe using digital cameras, so on, but that we know, okay, now I can trust. I can trust because I know it was a human that made the photo. It was a human that liked the photo, that distributed the photo, and so on. But it's the closest to real that there will be, and then we see. Really, then we see. A lot will be synthetic videos, synthetic photos, synthetic everything. Synthetic blockbuster suddenly. Now what's going to happen? It's open. But there is, because I'm a fundamental optimist, there is the chance that we are able to understand that it's about presence. It's about us, so that we can speak, that we meet. It's about people that are here, or that okay, all the people online. Come on, next year come to Hannover. Come to Hannover.
Come and see Reinhard live. Yeah.
But it could be that sort of the next big thing is opera, theater. The man with the guitar in front of the audience, not loudspeakers and so on, but that we really sort of understand suddenly. Of course, it is interesting that Mission Impossible something and what they do and all the explosions.
So you mean a little bit like when we were talking about Deep Blue, that actually
Yes.
people rediscovered the joy of just playing chess, and it was a human experience, and the object wasn't necessarily to be better than anybody else in the world. It was just a fun experience.
Exactly. I guess there is the chance that we look on that we discover this other side that is there, where humans are really then humans, and that's good. So we will have this maybe. We had it with chess, probably, hopefully, all this autonomous driving initiatives
Yes.
will be super successful. And then suddenly we come to this area of mobility where we say to our house, now I want to leave, and the mobile device, which is called a car, is approaching, and you step in. You say, bring me to Aunt Mary. Yes, thank you. I will do this, Mark, for you. And then you sit there, and you will be this automobile will drive you there. This will be complete. Now suddenly, it's not. The way is the goal, sort of. And
I'm going to see Aunt Mary.
You're going to see Aunt Mary.
She has been dead for 50 years. But,
Okay, now okay, yeah, I didn't know that. Really? Is that now? So then you see Aunt Angela, whatever. Suddenly, in the car, it is quality time, as we used to say.
Yes.
And it's not driving, and of course in Germany is sort of really addicted to driving on an autobahn and everything. But really, if you don't have to do it, it could be much better. Okay, that's driving and so on. And we can use the time for something that is interesting. But now then we have to look at artificial intelligence, generative AI, and this sort of this explosion since 2022, but it started 2012, 2015, and then it was about deep learning, and suddenly these machine translation, text translation apps were getting much better, really much better. Okay. Now, 2022, the dialogue systems suddenly get much better, and now everybody is getting crazy about this. But there is a lot. So there is. I brought a statement because when I say that, nobody believes me. But sometimes you need somebody.
So we're going to fact check ourselves, aren't we?
Oh yeah. So now this is Jan LeCun. Jan LeCun, Geoffrey Hinton, and Joshua Bengio are they say the three godfathers of modern AI.
Yes.
And of course Geoffrey Hinton with the Nobel Prize and so on. So Jan LeCun. Jan LeCun was the chief of Meta AI at Meta. He started the Facebook AI research, and the abbreviation, of course, is FAIR. He's French. He's now in Paris, and he was working with deep neural nets for decades.
Quite a strong critic, maybe, of a direction it's taken. I don't know what you're going to read out.
But he's very realistic. He says, and that is in Davos, January 2024. Okay. Large language models that everybody is excited about do not do perception, do not have memory, do not do reasoning or inference, and do not generate actions. They don't do any of the things that intelligent systems do or should do. Now, but that is not what the marketing says, not Meta, but everybody's marketing is telling us. It's not. It's brilliant pattern recognition. It's perfect for quality control.
And we're seeing it all literally on every single stand here, isn't it? Everything's AI powered, and it's fantastic. Yeah.
It's and it is fantastic as long as you are in the domain of pattern recognition, like quality control, visual quality control, and the system can then say, oh no, that's not good. This okay, bad. Okay.
Oh, c'est un croissant mal formé.
Waff,
Yeah.
waff, waff. So, and why should humans do that? And really, we don't have the timing. We get crazy. So there are many applications in production, industrial AI, in health. There are many applications where you only need pattern recognition. But this does not make these systems to intelligent systems as everybody believes they are. But that means, given the dynamics of innovation that we saw as humans in the past centuries, what Jan LeCun says is really he's right. He does not stop working. Now he founded a new company, Army, in Paris, and so on,
Yep.
and he gets a lot of money. Now, the moment, what happens the moment we have intelligent systems that you can talk to, that give you feedback in natural language, and the information that you get, you can trust it. It's trusted. It's fact-checked, truthful information.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What does that mean? We are not there, but it could happen when you put together the neural approaches and the symbolic approaches and make it bring them together. It could happen. Maybe in 2, maybe in 5 years, maybe in 10 years. But when this happens and you can talk to a machine about the subject that you want, and the machine gives you an answer on the state of insight in this second, sort of, because all the papers get extracted. What happens? You can say, so for what do we need professors? I don't know. Okay. Also, if all this, and you can understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now it could mean that the machine intelligence that maybe will evolve will make understanding much easier, much faster,
That's an interesting leap you've just taken there,
much
Reinhard,
faster.
to make understanding faster. Go on, tell me how do you think it will help with understanding faster?
Oh, if we so, I was in primary school. That's okay, because reading, writing, calculating, this is something that humans have. It's good when they learn it, and then they're 10, and but really they have questions. Children have questions. Parents do not have the time to answer all these questions. Basically, world fact 1, world fact 2. There are sort of these 40% where parents do not have the answer.
It's that famous thing when you're a child, you always promise you won't say to your child, because I said so.
Yeah.
But when they ask why so
Yeah.
many times, sooner or later you crack as a human,
Yes.
don't you? And it's because I said so.
Yeah, because I said so. Because really, what you need is machine intelligence that walks you through all the reasons until it reaches axioms, and axioms are first principles. And then, if it then says, look, we went all this way, so now you understand where you started, and now we come to this, and this is a first principle. We as humans agreed that we do not know where this comes from. There is a lot of research to try to find reasons, a ground for this first principle, but were not successful. So that means what I can tell you right now is, on this basis, given these facts, this is the result. And I swear, the moment there is an update, I come back to you, and then maybe things will look different. Okay, now, when you are 15 and you have questions, the teacher will say, no, yes, I know, but won't tell you. Go to the library. When you're at university, your professor will say, I understand the question, I won't tell you, go read that 10 books. Maybe he knows, maybe he doesn't, but you have a question, and always you don't get the answer that you need in this moment to let you something, that you understand something. Open up horizons. Der Groschen ist gefallen. So what is that in English? So the moment where it makes bling and you understand something.
A light bulb moment.
Excuse me?
A light bulb moment.
Oh, a light bulb moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bing.
So,
Yes.
bing. So, bing. So it could be that machine intelligence offers a perspective for human understanding of the world full of light bulb moments.
Because you're saying, I think that two things with understanding. We could understand faster and better because we could drill down to what we currently think are first principles, even though we may not. What we think today are first principles might be second or third principles in a few years' time. Maybe when we understand the world even better.
Maybe an hour later. Yeah.
Yes.
And we know that's science.
So your null hypothesis here, potentially as an eternal optimist, is we could become better informed earlier in our life with this vision. How do you think that might change the world? If will this mean by the time I'm 20, I won't have to make all those mistakes I made when I was 20 to 40, and maybe how do you see? So will we be smarter? But will we be better? I guess, Reinhard. Does being smarter equate to being better? Will we be kinder? Will we interact differently? Will it be worse for us if we're smarter?
So ask Jean-Jacques Rousseau. I mean, of course he's dead, but he really studied
along with Aunt Mary.
Oh, okay, or Aunt Mary.
Yeah,
Aunt Mary. So his answer is pessimistic.
Okay.
Yeah. My optimism is still standing because I strongly believe that if you understand that you and so you're getting smarter, you will act more wisely. But maybe I was wrong in many aspects in the past decades. So I was really surprised by things that happened in politics and in science. So maybe again I'm wrong.
I think the world continues to be surprised by things that are happening today. Yes.
So okay, so maybe I'm wrong, but I like the positive perspective. I think it is not. It does not give me anything to dive into dystopia. That does not make me active, or that it does not generate good ideas. But I think in our time, it is the case that so we see industry and production, and we see garbage and more garbage, and we see environment and climate and all these. So to have a trusted machine intelligence that does not want only more billions on the bank account, because a machine intelligence has no idea what a bank account really means. I don't know why you are so why you love your bank account so. It's numbers. Maybe if you like, I make more zeros. If that makes you fun. So it could be that this question, for example, with climate change. Now, and you have all the data, and you can look at the data, and you get you get information from that is trusted, it's scientifically correct, and the organization that offers this information is not a secret lobby a lobby organization of somebody. Okay, so if this is the case, it could be that we understand the dimension of the problem, and that we are maybe we are better in finding ways and solutions and hope, because it seems that all of this what we experience right now tells us that the business model that started with the first industrial revolution, 1800 or 1769 with the invention of the steam engine. Okay, it's coming to an end. It's coming to an end. We always said more consumption is more happiness. Wow, full stop. Now we say, oh, that's true. But we can't if the environment is dying, sort of. Some say, let's go to Mars. I don't know. It's good for rocket scientists, and it's a nice. But there, you know that the environment will kill you. So better we stay on the planet. Okay. Now we stay here, and then okay. And then the question is, so what do we need? You need energy. That's true. How can I get energy? That's easy. Because, as you know, the Earth is not a geschlossen. It's an open system.
Yes.
Because sun sends us energy. Okay, if we harvest the sun, if we harvest wind, if we harvest all this, and in a big style, not really, where sun is. So if we do that, then here comes the good news. We can really invest this energy to go into this cradle-to-cradle production where there is no garbage, because all garbage is resource, sort of, and you can really produce, and people can consume, and there's no you don't do anything against our climate, and so on. And then the system will give you all this, and then maybe you think, yeah, but there is this war thing going on someplace, always, and it seems that there is maybe a little injustice in the world. And then, now, how can we reach a state of affairs where we reduce the level of injustice, but really not with numbers and blah, 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 but really.
This is a first principles approach, yeah.
Yes, how can we reduce injustice in the world? And maybe that means that then we have more happiness and so on. Maybe. And you have, and you're looking in a dialogue with the machine to find ideas. How can we do it? So what is the problem? Where's the error? What can we do? And suddenly you have humans that are able to have what is this? Zillions of light bulb moments. Bing, 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 bing. Okay, we can do this. Can we do this? Yeah. Okay. And then, if this is possible, some X, if it's possible, then we have maybe the hope that we reduce climate change and all these problems and injustice and all of this. Maybe. But there is always the phase of transformation. In companies, they call it change management. We have a culture, and if this machine intelligence were there, then it's sort of we had a new culture. And we will not get this culture when people are afraid of the things that come. When people say, no, I want it like it was before. And you say, yes, but that was in the past. And come on, be future ready, be future open. And so then it is about the attitude, and it's about society, and it's about the atmosphere in society. And so what I think what we should do is talk a lot more about technology, about and maybe we don't call it, maybe we shouldn't call it technology. We should call it human engineering creativity. Some more words. So they, oh, well, that sounds interesting. So really, that people come with us, look at it. Now, it's open. What do we
play
want?
Technology chess. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so so what I see that now we meet in Hanover on Hannover Fair the second time. For me, these fairs right now they're a little bit business oriented.
Yes.
But again, and I talk to the fair, Deutsche Messe AG and so on. Invite the public. And be as open as you can think, because if we do not get everybody on board, we will have people that will be destructive, and so we have to really be much more positive. And that was that's the idea. That's sort of part of the mission. Well, therefore we talk here. Aunt Mary, maybe. I'm sorry, but.
That's a tremendously big and positive vision, I think, that you've put forward there, Reinhard. I'm still digesting it. How we can, I think you're almost saying, for the world, we're maybe trying to understand how it works as a machine, which is kind of a mixture of words. It doesn't, because it's the natural world. Our world isn't a machine, but maybe it is governed by what we believe are first principles in terms of how it works, and how the idea of reducing injustice, and also I think that theme of being open and positive to change. I love the idea of inviting the public here. I think it's even, I've grown up around technology, and just walking the halls here, we've got robot dogs, we've got robots doing stupid human tricks. But in some ways it can be quite intimidating just for the first time to look at a humanoid robot and kind of wonder, I think you're saying, I wonder how you're going to make our world better and how I can help, work with you. I wonder if we could just finish. You've got your camera here, Reinhard, and you described earlier this idea of, if I talked to a genuine artificial intelligence, it would give me real insight. So can you play the role of the artificial intelligence here and tell me a little bit about this camera?
I can tell you about this camera, and because this is a industry fair, it has a logo. It's a Leica. We can tell that it's not public TV or anything. So the interesting thing with this camera is it is Leica. It is and I like this camera, and I like the brand. And what they always say is the best camera you have is the one that you have with you. And so, therefore, for the past 15 years, it was always the smartphone.
Yes.
Because it was getting better, and now it's really good. And now this camera is not a smartphone; it's a real camera. In March, it was my birthday. It was my 65th birthday, right?
Congratulations.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. And so, and my wife asked me, so what's your wish for your birthday? I said, yeah, I will think about it. Now, what's your wish? And I said to her, so my wish for my 65th birthday, I'm allowed to buy a Leica camera that is fucking expensive, but and you are not against it. She said, "Oh, that's unfair." I said, "I know." And so I bought this camera because basically it's digital, okay, but the real dramatic stuff here is the lens.
Okay.
And this is optics, and this is glass. And there is a lot of digital calculation on the smartphones, and they make really very nice pictures. But you see, when you look at pictures that you make, not every picture that you make, even with a Leica, is a great picture. But now I will show you pictures in a minute. But when you look at a picture that you like, and you look at it, and you see so much life, so much light, so much skin and hair, and you get marvelous dream pictures. Why do you get them? Of course, Leica is made in Germany, and that's important. That's true, but you see what experience and physical experience in producing these lenses, what you can get with it. And they have 100 years of experience. And I read that I told you before, I read they have 2,000 secret recipes for glass production and the ingredients. And it's awfully expensive. It's awfully unpractical, and I love it. I love to touch it, and it makes my photography sort of more human.
So the experience, you love the experience.
Yes, I love the experience, and again, this is what we see in sort of many domains. All these vinyl, records,
yes,
record stores,
vinyl,
vinyl.
Yeah.
They were almost dead 1990.
Yes.
They were really dead in 25, and since then suddenly the people are more in love with the records. And new music is issued on vinyl and digital. And why is this the case? And it is really true that with vinyl you get these and it makes some it's like a fireplace. it's music with an added fireplace or something. It is warmer to us. It's not about the sound. It's about the handling. And it is, and then
the actual experience of dropping a needle onto a record is, and the magic that then happens.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is really this. It happens again and again. We don't look at it in this way. But when we have something engineered to the perfection and automation and so on, suddenly we start to fall in love with the manual, analog aspects of it, and we even more like it because we know that it's not mandatory. We always have the alternatives.
It's a choice, yes.
Yes, we want the choice. We will get many more choices. And as I said, I'm fundamentally an optimist. So therefore, I hope this what my vision for artificial intelligence and for machine intelligence is will happen, and will happen in a way that is very good for society, and we could do it.
Well, on that supremely positive note, and the promise of an update when things change for the better or for the worse, Reinhard, I thank you very much for being on this NGen podcast. I knew it'd be brilliant, and it has been.
Oh, thank you, Mark. We had a very nice talk last year. It was nice to be here. But I'm very happy to be your guest. I'm looking forward for next discussions.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
Minister Joly. Remy, could you tell us a little bit about what that announcement was and your mutual involvement in it?
Yes, it was great to see Mélanie Joly, Honorable Mélanie Joly, announce the NGen, the latest NGen round of projects, including Maya's collaboration with MDA Space. So it's going to be a great project because on the productivity side, they need to accelerate their satellite constellation production. So it's going to be quite a lot of interesting work.
So this is, again, a jewel in our Canadian manufacturing crown, MDA, now...
and Maya.
And I know a jewel there. There may be different sizes, yes, but they're... So they're accelerating, they have to accelerate up to a target of, I think it's 2 satellites per day. I don't know what their current rate is, but that's a very dramatic step up. Mm-hmm. And the project's going to require quite a few elements to be put in place. Could you describe a few of those and how Siemens and Maya are going to work together to achieve this kind of productivity?
Yeah, well, on the Maya HTT side, we have really in MDA Space, we have established about 5 key elements of productivity that need to be enhanced. Some are indirect productivity elements like quality inspection, but for quality inspection and AI-based machine vision side, they have very large space-grade PCBs that are very difficult to manufacture, and at that pace of manufacturing, they need to automatically vet and detect the errors very early on so that you don't end up having to dismantle a satellite later to go to space. So those are key elements on the quality side, machine vision side, and then there's some, of course, if you can't measure, you can't improve yourself. So we're going to put a lot of data acquisitions, telemetry set up with them to make sure the execution on the manufacturing side is done properly, and that we can continuously improve upon their steps over the next 22 months or so during the project. And then for Siemens, I'll let Dave chime in here, but there's a lot of software from Siemens that will be deployed.
Yeah, so I'll speak in generalities really in terms of how Siemens supports manufacturers down the path to industrial AI. So we offer a robust suite of capabilities that we brand as Accelerator and go to market as that. And today MDA is a great customer, and they use our Design Center and Sim Center product suites to really define the product and test it in a virtual space to ensure that it's going to perform up to the expectation and
so
spec.
That's all kind of at the front end.
All in the front
but now
end.
It becomes about execution. How do I actually churn out to physical, not virtual satellites today?
Absolutely, right. And so we're going to shift now from the virtual product into virtual manufacturing. And so there's a full suite of solutions where you can leverage the product information, develop those production sequences, and then imagine what that was going to look like so that you're getting the throughput targets that you're looking for. And then you need to be able to construct the cells to deliver against that theoretical, and then put it into production and monitor every step of the production as it goes. And when things fall out or deviate from the planned course, right, that's where the data from connecting end to end in a digital world, we can go back and evaluate that quickly and course correct quickly.
So that's where when the dashboards that are enabled, when they show that something is not, as you say, as predicted, that's where humans presumably really still come into the loop in terms of troubleshooting. Is it something that we hadn't thought of? Because people are still important, aren't they, Remy, in all of this in successful execution?
Absolutely, especially in an environment like this for manufacturing of satellites. They're essential in the process. And, of course, they're augmented by AI, but they're not replaced by AI in those environments. And in manufacturing in general, anyway, I have not seen yet one project. We've done 200 deployments in industrial AI deployments with customers, and none of them ever, lost jobs. It was always, people were valued more, so we increased the number of people and not less. Or there is some cases where there's upskilling and retraining on different tasks, because the small tedious tasks that are being done, that are manually done, can, yes, be replaced, but it's not to replace the person, it's just to accelerate the person with other tasks at hand. But back to the work instruction and the execution on the Siemens side, that's a key element where human beings now will receive digital work instructions, right? So you can think of laser projections on some components and different things that are managed, and then you can see how fast humans do it, and if you need to change some of the sequencing so you can accelerate the human task, or if you need the robotics task, eventually you could, but at the end of the day, it's still the productivity side that we're trying to aim at improving. And again, in cases with complex satellites that will keep changing, right? A constellation, the first satellite, as much as they want to make it as the same as the number 400, it's not. It's going to have to evolve, because the technology on the telco side and other things will also evolve. So over time, the constellation will keep enhancing, and you need the feedback loop also from the satellites that are deployed in space to now correct on the ground with the new satellites that are being manufactured. So there's a lot of dynamic play here where humans will definitely be involved.
David, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I sort of perceive Siemens as being incredibly powerful software, but hard to learn to digest.
Yeah.
I imagine that's probably a myth in 2026. Is it? Like, MDA is obviously, a big jewel alongside Maya. But for a smaller company, like a lot of Canadian manufacturers, is Siemens software easy for them to digest? Is it a good fit, David?
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the focuses that we've had with our overall accelerator portfolio is moving it from complex and on-premise to really simple to manage and maintain and deploy by moving it to the cloud, right? So really trying to make it a lot more attainable for SMBs to adopt and exploit the value. But the other great level set, right, is really AI, because now the complexity that comes along with the design and the configuration management, et cetera, you can really put agents to work for you there to manage kind of some of that complexity and really focus your tasks on the innovation side. And that's really where the SMB community shines, right? Is dreaming up new ideas and how to solve problems and then going out and implementing them. So the AI that we build into the product is there to help drive those innovation cycles even faster and make the products more usable.
So the right sizing for the company can be done through the AI agent in terms of what is it that you need to do with our software.
The right sizing at the end of the day is more about kind of the overhead and complexity and time to value, right? In the traditional way that we've delivered our software, we deliver it on premise to a customer, and they'd have to use their hardware, their administrators, et cetera, be really experts in the software just to manage it and support it. Well, by moving that instance to the cloud, we're taking on the infrastructure, we're taking on the day-to-day management to make sure that it performs optimally so that they're not having to focus their resources on those types of challenges, right? So that's a big part of making it easier to adopt. And then anytime that we introduce new features, capabilities to the product, now we can just push those down to the user, right? There's no expensive upgrades, having to test how things work with their past models and data sets. That's all going to be managed on our shoulders.
And I understand you're running some workshops here.
Yes.
Have we missed all of them, or are they still to come?
Oh, there's still to come. Certainly tomorrow morning and this afternoon, we'll do a delivery workshop with focused on use cases with Siemens technologies.
Yeah.
But I have one also tomorrow. It's an hour and a half on industrial AI and how to build and prioritize your roadmap as you dream
Can you
up
give us a sneak
examples.
peek of that, a little tease Remy, of why we should come
course.
to the workshop? It sounds fascinating.
Well, we start with showcasing. I think every day I showcase 15 to 20 use cases, actual projects that were
Okay, so it's
deployed.
a real smorgasbord.
It's a real practical kind of workshop where we showcase the use cases that were successful, right? And then we go through a very simple method to get to a prioritized roadmap so that the attendees of the workshop, leave with a tangible, practical thing to go out and start implementing, or at least consider implementing AI in their factory with simple, wins.
And I guess it's one of the common themes that we're always saying that Canadians are, we're collaborative, we're easy to work with, we're here to help. Because at times it can feel overwhelming, can't it, David? We're surrounded by all this technology. We got robots walking, dogs running everywhere.
Incredible.
It really can be
It is
hard to
incredible.
digest, and it's intimidating with giants like Siemens, but trying to break it down into bite-sized pieces and to get started. And I guess you see AI as being incredibly empowering for our manufacturing companies.
Absolutely. But, I'll say in general that Canadians tend to be a little bit reserved and risk averse. And so one of the, the things I love about what Maya is doing with their AI workshops is they're bringing, clear examples of value and how quickly companies were able to get there, because it can feel overwhelming, and it can also feel sometimes a little too simple. Right? So business owners come with an end solution in mind, and they think that they can just, acquire that. But there's a little bit more to it, right? We need to evaluate your data, how clean it's been managed and kept and documented, right? And then once there's a good understanding of the data set that's available, then we can actually start to think about different ways that we can extract insights out of it for the client. So the workshops have been great, and I encouraged our entire Siemens Canada delegation to attend one of Remy's workshops this afternoon, just so that the whole process can be demystified and people have an opportunity to get started. Because Remy and I, we both sit in an organization called AI for Manufacturing, and really at the end of the day, we're out there to promote how SMBs, manufacturers of all types and sizes, can start to adopt AI and help drive competitiveness of Canadian manufacturing, right? Because the landscape is changing, and the more we can make it attainable and easy to adopt and practical use cases, the better off it's going to be for the overall nation.
Yeah. And my HET has been a 40-year partner, is a partner for 40 years now with Siemens. And so that collaboration has also paid off for us as an integrator of Siemens technologies. When we look at AI, it's not just helping the client, it's also helping the integrators of the Siemens tech that have new ways and new AI assistants to help them deploy faster and understand the client faster. So there's also side benefits of leveraging AI, not just at the end client, but also for integrators of technologies with Siemens.
So overall, you're very optimistic for the future. I guess your message to some of the SMEs might be to come with an open mind, maybe not presupposing what you think the end solution is, but be willing to sort of share what you think the problem is, what data you've got, but you're going to get great advice from people like Maya, Siemens, AI for M. It's a rich ecosystem, and Canada, we definitely have a place to play, but we also have a need to adopt this technology, don't we?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. But we also are leaders in AI, right? In terms of the application, we have a lot of researchers, but we also have a lot of companies like MyHET and Siemens that have deployed in real environments. So we know which use case work. We know where the pitfalls are. So, again, I encourage everyone to come to the workshop, because we go through the, Canadian secret sauce, whether it's AI for M with Siemens and MyHET, or any of the other amazing delegation of companies in Canada. people should trust that Canadians and Canadian companies can deploy AI at scale, and they will win at the end of the day.
So, well, thank you very much for sharing your time. I know you have to hot-foot it off to another workshop. So thank you very much, Remy. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
cross my legs so no one sees my chicken wet legs.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the NGen Conversations podcast. We're streaming live from Hall 26 here in Hanover, and it's proudly sponsored by York Region. I'm Mark Kirby. I'm going to be your host for the next 20 minutes or so. I'm joined this afternoon by Kalina Spooner. You're with VKS, which stands for Visual Knowledge Share. Welcome, Kalina.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Kalina, I know we've met before, but this is not our first Hanover show together. But VKS originally grew out of a real need from a manufacturing company. Can you explain a little bit about what pain they were having and why they decided to do something about it?
Yeah, for sure. So back in 2009, our sister company, they're called CMP AMS. They're just outside of Montreal, and they are a sheet metal manufacturing, as well as doing a lot of subcontract. And they, like you had mentioned, the desire to go digital stemmed from different kind of pain points and areas that they really saw were struggling. So for them, there was like a lack of standardization on the shop floor. Part of that stemmed from the fact that a large percent of their workforce was starting to retire. So when someone would retire, that tribal knowledge was taken out the door. So they wanted to have a way to maintain that the products would be built the same way, in the same capacity, with younger hands, so to speak. So that was one of the areas in why they decided to build VKS. Another one was also to reduce the time it took to train an operator. So especially anyone that is in manufacturing can attest to the fact that you get contract jobs or you get, rush jobs that need to get out on the shop floor really fast. You're always constantly, it's like a revolving door of operators coming in, coming out, coming in. So the time it took to train an operator was very cumbersome because, like I'd mentioned before, Mark, you might train someone a certain way or you might build this product this way. Yet tomorrow he's going to now be with me and I might do it a different way, but it's still the end result. So that can also cause confusion if there's multiple different ways that you could build a product. So for them, they wanted to go digital for kind of those reasons. And the third point would be the fact that there was absolutely no real traceability on how anything was going on the shop floor. In order for a project manager or in order for the sales team to know where the build was at, even a supervisor, they would have to find that operator and ask them, okay, how many units did you build? Was there any scrap material? Do we have to do any rework? So there was no real clear visibility on how the build was going on the shop floor. So that was where, like I mentioned in 2009, they developed VKS internally. They hired some engineers and some software developers. And over the course of a year, they kind of pushed it on the floor and they saw very, very positive ROIs from the time it took to train an operator to now they had full traceability of where products were and just have an overall digitization of all of their work instructions and maintenance documentations and repairs and onboarding. So it was a really clear benefit for the organization. So the president decided that we can't be the only manufacturing company that could benefit. So they decided to create VKS. And now, as I like to say, CMP is our guinea pig. So whenever we have to, test out new features, new capabilities, it's an added bonus because we come from manufacturing and we understand manufacturing, but we also get the hands-on experience of an operator. And would this work? Do you think that this works? Should we maybe change this? As well as from the technical side as well with the engineers that are building out the documentation and maintaining that documentation as well.
So you definitely do sort of eat your own dog food because
exactly,
you're always trying it out at CMP.
Yeah.
Okay. And, we talk a little bit about the aging workforce and, a lot of mom and pop shops and what's going to happen when somebody walks out the door with 30 years of experience. What are some sort of practical ways that you can try to capture that, what would be tribal knowledge? What would you do just to capture it into VKS? Yeah,
so one of the ways in which we kind of advocate is to follow along your skilled operators. So there's multiple ways that you can do that. For example, in the platform, we have built-in camera features. So as an operator is, adding this component to that, you can live either video or add pictures and then it's uploaded instantly. We've even seen it where some of our clients put on kind of like a GoPro or a much more kind of like a vision style of a camera. It could be where you install above the operator, like I said, like a large camera that has the full table and you're seeing what the operator is doing. So as we like to say in the digital world, right? Photos are amazing, but a video can just capture so much more. And it's not that it's less work for the engineering team, but now they don't necessarily have to try and finagle. How am I going to convey how to input this component in there?
There's that, picture paints 1,000 words.
Yes, exactly.
Yes, yeah, and a video.
Exactly, and a video just is even better. Exactly.
Okay.
So being able to kind of implement and adopt that is so much easier than, as I like to say, you're trying to look at an IKEA assembly on how to build this unit, and you're staring at it and, okay, what do I have to do? Because it doesn't give enough information or detail. So having, the ability to take a video of someone or take a picture of a component, throughout the journey. Now, when you have a new hire come in, that product will be the same as if it was built by the gentleman who's going to retire in a couple months.
So one of the advantages, again, because it's born out of a manufacturing company's need, is that it's relatively easy to populate this with useful, actionable material.
Yeah.
I don't need a staff full of computer programmers or IT people. It's easy to digest and add to, which I guess makes it attractive. But you don't just work with manufacturing companies anymore, do you? Because I guess nearly everybody wants to go digital.
Yes, exactly. So our bread and butter, or our niche, really used to be like you mentioned, manufacturing companies. But over the past, I would say 5 to 6 years, we've seen kind of a shift in different industries and the software, like in any type of industry, right? It has to adopt and evolve to what the market is, but also your own digital roadmap for your team. So it's definitely evolved and it's expanded into different industries, entering, much more in the automotive industry, where a lot of it used to be, place, go. Now with the ability of integrating, like I said, with vision systems, andons, pictolites, it's much more of what I like to call, we like to call it a connected factory or a connected environment and a smart factory. So now you have a connected worker. So what I mean by that is it's not just providing that tribal knowledge, but it's also making sure that quality inspections are done appropriately. Serial numbers and batch numbers are happening, and having kind of that real-time insight rather than waiting, for the next shoe to drop. You have that initiative to know, all right, how can we predict what's that next step? How can we predict how to fix something, or how can we predict the next issue, which, as we all know, in manufacturing, there will always be issues. So how to help alleviate that.
So in terms of connectivity, can you explain, like, if somebody finds a defect, how does the system work? How can the system work in terms of pushing signals?
Yeah, exactly. So what we're able to do now with VKS, again, not to just VKS, but what a lot of softwares are able to do now is, now with the advancements with AI, with the advancements of APIs and communications, we can, for example, interface with, like I said, smart tools and machines, and being able to push and pull that data. So, the data that's collected and stored in the platform, you can then push it automatically to, a Tableau or a Power BI. For example, there's a defect on the shop floor. As with anything, I now can issue automatically a non-conformance. You can fill it out. Or again, if you require someone higher up, you send a signal, that person comes, so the operator doesn't have to leave their workstation, walk around and get lost. It's much more instant and done automatically. And the benefit of that is now you can then send that information to the right department, and it's not going to get lost. Because that's what we've seen from doing a lot of, whether it's customer visits or just, a lot of our engineers and a lot of our software team actually used to be technical writers or were project leads on the shop floor. So they have, again, that hands-on experience.
So we put a red tag on something, but then it's kind of gets a little bit lost. And
exactly.
Not followed up on as to what we were meant to do with it.
Exactly.
So how can the system follow up with a red tagged component? What would it do?
So essentially what it can do is then we have different ways in the platform. It's essentially they're like trigger forms and updating features. So once, for example, the non-conformance has been issued, it's sent to the right team. That team can then send it to, for example, the resolution, and then you essentially can go back in and by the click of a button say, this has been resolved. How has it been resolved? And now that ticket is closed. But again, the benefit is the fact that all of that information is stored and saved, and it'll be linked to that work order. So if you ever have a client comes back to you and says, hey, this component doesn't work, or this, the door's not closing, or there seems to be a scratch or a dent, by going towards the digital route, you have the digital copies of how that build went. So you know what operator did it at what time, how long did it take them, and were there any red flags? So you can become much more proactive rather than reactive in that kind of facet as well.
Presumably it would connect all the way back, say, to purchasing.
Yeah.
They might be able to send a photograph of the defective item to whoever you got it from.
Yeah, exactly. The platform will allow you can go in. So, maybe you have to do a final inspection. You might have to take a video of the product or the component. You can take a picture. And again, it's all stored and saved. It can be pushed back out to other sources. So the API is like a RESTful API. So it's very much push and pull. So you can take that, close off jobs in other solutions. So whether it's an ERP, whether it's a QMS or an LMS. So it's very versatile as to what the platform can do as well.
Let's segue a bit specifically to Hannover Messe.
Yes.
I know we've been here. This is the third year for me. I think you've been here more times than that. How do you find, how can a Canadian company like VKS stand out in a massive show like this? How do you manage to do that here? Yeah, so if I'll kind of start with how VKS kind of started to come. So 10 years ago, we used to partner with Investissement Québec, which was, again, it was a great opportunity because you got to meet with delegates, you got to meet with, the Ministry of development and different ways of partnering in Germany. So I think that was a great step, was finding the right channels and the right partners within your own government. I don't think a lot of people realize the resources that are actually available for companies. So that was number one. And then when Investissement Québec kind of bridged with NGen and with the Canadian government, we decided that we were going to continue that partnership and leverage that because, like I mentioned, it's not just about trying to get your feet on the ground here, but it's like we were talking before, how it's funny that you have to go over, you have to cross the pond, as they say, to find another Canadian company that might need your services or you might need theirs. So I think the best way that I can explain the benefit of Hanover is to leverage your connections that you have with NGen and with different associations, but also take advantage of the opportunities that are readily available here in Germany. So meeting with different ministers and different associations and just trying to get your foot in all those doors because, for example, we've worked very closely. I won't name names because I don't want to, just in case it might be private or something like that, but we've worked with one of the delegates here, and he's really helped us with getting our foot in the door with some of companies that I don't think we could have done on our own. So really trying to leverage. So Canadians helping Canadians. Exactly, yeah. Canadians helping Canadians, and also taking advantage of what, for example, NGen does here, right? They're presented with amazing opportunities with the B2B meetings, the different kind of like the AI industrial talks and coming to the forums and listening to some of the podcasts and just taking advantage of that has been tremendous for us as well. And of course, no doubt your two children will be glued to this podcast, I'm sure. Yes, the 14-year-old will be like, oh my God, you're on YouTube. Look how cool you are. So. Yeah. And your young boy, Hudson, you say he's a hockey goalie, is he? Yes, exactly. So I tried to stay up last night to watch the Montreal Canadiens, but alas, it was too late. So I get the play-by-play the next morning. So yes, big goalie, big hockey fan, and he's a goalie. So I'm a hockey mom. Okay. Yeah. Well, whether my own two daughters will be glued to this is a matter for opinion. But back to the show. Yes. Presumably, it's also useful for you just to put where others are going, what ideas are out there as a kind of, I know VKS, you have your own roadmap, but presumably part of the inputs to the roadmap are things that you find out from customers and competitors alike here? Yeah, for sure, 100%. So like you said, I think a lot of companies are kind of at that crossroad right now with
adopting AI and embedding that into your software and embedding it into what you would like to give. Because like you mentioned, companies, especially tech companies, yes, you have your own digital roadmap, your own vision of where you want your company to go, but then you also have to leave room for what the market is asking, what the market is suggesting, and also where technology is kind of going. So trying to navigate that can sometimes be tricky because you need to give the clients what they want, but I think it's also important to make sure that you're still sticking to what you define as important for your company and your core values as an industry as well.
But there's no reason if somebody wanted it, we could have VK delivered on a robot dog.
Yes.
Taken out to the shop floor.
Exactly.
Literally
Yeah.
running out there with the latest digital information.
Exactly.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what the next few years bring. But Kalina, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon and helping us learn a little bit more about visual knowledge share. Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the NGen Conversations podcast, streaming live from Hall 26, Hanover, and proudly sponsored by York Region. I'm your host, Mark Kirby, and I'll be with you for the next 20 minutes or so with my very special guest this afternoon, Prad. He's the co-founder, CEO of Uncharted AI. Uncharted AI does do exactly what it says on the tin, and we're going to get to that. But first of all, keep your hands and feet inside the ride at all times, because Prad, I'd like you to take us back to your childhood, if you would, lie down on the couch. Tell us about how this all started, what your dream was as a child, and how you've continued to pursue that.
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me on the podcast, Mark. It's a pleasure to be here. So I think for me, it was a bit of a dream that had started at a very young age. I always loved space, wanted to understand the wonders of the universe, how things work, why are we here, where do we go from here, these sorts of existential questions, so to say, have always driven me. And once I started understanding more about that, I really wanted to pursue that as a career. So I once went to the planetarium when I was 14 years old with my dad, and then I just was in awe of what I saw, and I was just so curious that why isn't everybody going after this? Why isn't everybody trying to understand the workings of the universe, right? And then I slowly started getting into more of the technical and the learnings of how to build something that could go out there. Right? How do you build a technology that can help you explore these places, these far off places, places that are inaccessible to human beings in general, places that you cannot even dream of going. But that's what we as human beings do. We are explorers. We are curious by nature. So that's something that I really enjoyed, and I wanted to pursue that as my career, like I mentioned. And that's where the journey started for me. And then I really got serious about it. And one of the biggest dreams I have even today is to become an astronaut. I would want to go out there one day and see for myself the wonders of the universe, and that has stayed with me for quite a number of years. I'm sure all of us will have this dream of becoming an astronaut as kids, right? But for me, it was so strong that I just couldn't let it go, and I wanted to chart my path here to be able to reach that goal one day. I started with my education in India, and then I was very diligent in understanding and planning that path, because it was not an easy journey to go on, right? You're a small kid. You're coming from a nation that has, of course, it's a spacefaring nation that has done something in the ecosystem, but it's still very nascent compared to NASA, compared to Europe, and so on. So you don't really have that much of an encouragement.
And it's a huge population. How do you stand out literally from the crowd?
Yeah, exactly. And what I was doing is or was already atypical, because in India, when a kid is born, generally it's either going to become an engineer or a doctor. That's how the let's say the parental mindset was when I
Because
was
your mum
born.
or dad were not astronauts. I think it's safe to assume.
Yeah. But I think in my case, they've been very supportive, and they let me pursue my dreams. And then once I realized this is what I wanted to do with my life, I kind of went on that path that had a lot of challenges, a lot of let's say roadblocks. But then, yeah.
What was the first step? So you went to high school, what we call high school in India. Did you carry on to university in India, or did
Yeah.
and
So
what
I
did you do there?
hmm So I did my bachelor's in electrical and electronics engineering, because aerospace was not very common in those days. We only had very few colleges across the country who were building or who were teaching robots and aircrafts and so on. Even spacecraft were like even limited. So what I realized was that I could do something that was a bit more generic in the bachelor's degree and become more specialized in the master's degree as you go along in your career. So started with that. So I did my bachelor's in India. Got interested in robotics during my undergrad. Was always interested in space, like I was mentioning about. And then I had this strange idea of combining my interest in robotics and space, and that kind of led me to my master's program in Europe, which was under the Erasmus Mundus master's programs, where you get to spend time at different universities. So I was very lucky to be a part of that program. We got to be in Germany, in Sweden, in Finland as part of the program, where you, of course, learn a lot of things, and the academic the curriculum is great, and really get to the roots of how to build spacecrafts, how do you deploy them in space, how do you build rovers and robots, autonomy for these systems. But I think
That was presumably a competitive program to get
yes,
into, was it?
yeah,
So
yeah.
that was the first score for you, that you won a scholarship. Did you into
Right,
this program?
right. Yes. I think that was it. There are about 500, 600 people in total. I would say at the time who had been part of the program in the entire world. And I was very fortunate enough to be able to break that barrier. And that was like I said, it was a first step towards that dream that I was pursuing. And the second aspect of the program was the cultural experience that you have with it, and the exposure that you get by being in different places and working across ecosystems. You get to work with people from France, from Germany, from the UK, from US, and that was something that you cannot learn in a classroom, right? And then that is how space functions. Space is very cooperative. You cannot build anything and launch it to the moon on your own, right? You have to be collaborative, and that's something that the program taught me in that journey. So it started there, and I did my masters, and then one of my earliest goals or milestones was to be able to work at NASA. And you can imagine that being a non-US person, so to say, that is not very easy to do, right? And it's something that people would brush off by saying, "Oh, I mean, it's crazy if you think you can go and work for NASA if you're not a US citizen." But those kinds of let's say judgmental, whatever you want to call it, right? Comments kind of made it even more motivational.
Make you even more determined.
Yeah, determined,
to prove
and
them
yeah,
wrong.
yeah, exactly.
I am
exactly.
going to go and work for NASA.
Exactly, right? I mean, you're saying I can't, I'm going to see why not, right? And that kind of led me again on this next milestone where I was part of internship in the Austrian Space Forum, which was a small analog mission in Austria that we did, where we actually deployed these robotic platforms in a Mars-like environment in the glacier, which was in the northwestern part of Austria, and then that
So
kind of
these robot drones were exploring a bit like The Martian, but you're doing it now in a
correct,
frozen, very inhospitable environment,
correct.
putting theory into practice, I guess.
Exactly. Because we cannot still afford to go to Mars, but what if we could take those technologies and try to build something and test it out here on the terrestrial side of things and learn from those experiences and learn the lessons so that we could one day put them to use and the learnings can be then utilized towards building an actual mission to Mars, right? So that was the objective, and we had a various blend of technologies ranging from biosciences to robotics to test in these terrains. We put them out there. We had people called as analog astronauts who were like real astronauts, but they were actually not. But they were the ones testing this out in the field, and we were the technology, our partners, bringing out the experiments to them, and then telling them this is what we wanted to test. And my particular experiment was human-robot collaboration. So if you have an astronaut on the moon or on Mars one day, how do you work with an astronaut as a robotic platform to be able to augment the human capability on these planets?
So just like we're here in the show, and everyone's like, well, how will robots work alongside humans here on Earth in a factory? You're thinking 10, 20 years ahead, how are robots going to work alongside an astronaut?
Exactly.
So you are thinking ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. So that was the idea, and then we designed an experiment to have a robot work with these analog astronauts and see how it can help them in some of these repetitive, dirty, dull, dangerous tasks that we prominently believe that should not be done by the astronauts but by the robotic platforms because that's what they're good at. And then we tested this out. We deployed this in a very inhospitable, unstructured environment, and we were able to get a lot of good results from the experiment that we had. And this led to a paper that we wrote at one of the international space conferences called the International Space Operations Conference, right? And then it so happened that our paper ended up getting the best paper award or the most outstanding paper award at the conference. And one of the jury members at the conference was a member from a NASA facility called the Goddard Space Flight Center, I think it's Maryland, right? And after we won the award, which was unexpected, by the way, we were not expecting to win that, but the paper they told us was outlined so well what we could learn from the terrestrial ecosystem to be able to deploy this in space was something that they thought stood out. And then when I went and approached that gentleman from NASA, I told him that I always wanted to work at JPL and at NASA. It has been a lifelong dream for me. I want you to help me, with this journey of mine. And he was very, accommodative. He was very, kind enough to be able to take in my details and data, and then he forwarded that to some of the research scientists and engineers at JPL. And luckily, after about a year or so, somebody reached out to me, and he said, I got this from one of my colleagues, and I wanted to have a chat with you about your motivation and what you want to do at JPL. And that day was one of the happiest days of my life, to be honest, because it's like you've worked so hard for something in your life, and suddenly one day, after all the hurdles, after all the no's and after all the efforts that you've put in, you suddenly realize and you wake up to
You
to
get a call
materializing
from
that.
JPL saying, do you really want to come and work here?
Yeah.
I guess it didn't take you too long to give him an answer, did it?
No, it 2 a.m. In the middle of the night for me in Finland, where I was at the time. And then I just responded to him immediately in a matter of 5 minutes and said, thank you for reaching out. I'm very interested in this opportunity. Why don't we take it forward? So that was my foray into working at JPL, and the experience itself at JPL was just amazing. It was everything I had hoped for and then some, because the kind of people that you get to meet and that you get to work with, it's just incredible. And the nature of those people who have so much knowledge to offer was such that they were so down to earth, so humble, and they said we are here to learn from each other, right? And that's the kind of environment
So it
that
was
NASA
literally
provides.
a sort of Top Gun for astronaut scientists like yourself. So you were with the best of the best,
Yeah.
but it was still a very humble environment.
Yeah.
How long were you at JPL for?
I was there for a year.
For a year.
Yeah, I was there as part of a visiting a research scholar program where they invite researchers from around the world to come and work with JPL and with JPL researchers to build something that is really state of the art. And during my time at JPL, I was again very fortunate to be a part of a DARPA challenge called the DARPA Subterranean Challenge, where we
So
actually
DARPA stands for Defense,
Defense Advanced Research and Development Agency. That is basically the defense unit of the United States, where they periodically have these challenges pushed to state of the art. We all know about the self-driving industry that kind of boomed in the last few years, and the starting point or the inflection point for that was the DARPA Urban Challenge that they did in 2005, 2006, where they invited again people from all over the world to build, and that kind of integrated into the entire EV industry, so to say. So like similarly like that, we were part of this DARPA Subterranean Challenge. Now the goal here was to deploy, build and test robotic platforms that can go into a lot of unstructured, remote, harsh environments without human intervention. How do we take something that's working in a lab, which is good, but it's not so useful for the actual applications in the real world? How do we take that and how do we put that in an environment where it's actually rugged, where it's actually, really extreme, really inhospitable? So those were the kind of technologies that we're building as part
So
of
this
that.
could be how would something, a robot function in an earthquake zone inside shattered buildings, that
Yeah.
sort of thing. Okay.
Yeah,
Where
underground.
totally unstructured. You don't know.
No.
You don't know what's ahead of you at all. You don't know what you're looking for, but you're trying to do something useful. So quite a difficult challenge, I would have thought.
It was
to take from
extremely
the lab.
hard. Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Extremely hard challenge to crack because you don't have any prior information about the environment. You have to map the environment as you go. You have to understand where you're located in the environment, which we call as localization in robotics. And at the same time, you have to navigate to these places on the go. And all of this has to be processed on the robotic platform because you can't really connect a cloud when you're operating on the moon or on Mars or in this sort of like natural calamity situations. It has to happen on the robotic platform. So the challenges we were working on were in autonomy, perception, navigation, communication, and mobility. And how do you build technologies today that in 10 years can really be deployed on the lunar surface, on Mars, or on some sort of an earthquake-ridden area in terrestrial use cases? So those were the kind of the technologies that we're working on. Those are the kind of state-of-the-art algorithms that we are building on the autonomy and AI side for these products that we were building.
Sounds like it was a very busy year that you had there. What happened next?
Yeah. So I think during my stint at JPL and even before that in the academic ecosystem that I was a part of, what I realized was that a lot of the technologies that we are building in robotics kind of get stuck in the lab or in the research ecosystem. They don't really see the light of day, so to say, right? Because we saw firsthand what robotics could do for some of these industries that are conventional and traditional in nature. But we never saw the implementation of those technologies in the actual real world terrains. And one of the reasons for that was because there was no strong business case that robotics could build to be able to convince the stakeholders, to be able to convince potential customers that it could be a valuable resource for you. And that was kind of the driving force for me, and the point where I really understood that in order to build and deploy and bring robots out of the lab, you would have to be in a startup or be part of the startup ecosystem where you are encouraged to come out with new ideas, innovative ideas, novel ideas, where you are forcing yourself to go against the wave. It's something that nobody has tried before, like the space, goals that we have, but then in a more commercial sense. Right now, it's not so much about if the technology is great; it's about what return will the technology give me if I invest in that. Right. So that was my
So
foray into startups.
the sort of dreams of we'll go mine asteroids. It's like, yeah, great, but that's too far in the future. And how do you build a roadmap to that? So how did you approach that sort of the commercial need? How did you marry that with still ultimately you do want to go and explore the other planets?
Yeah, I think the trick was in understanding the actual pain points of terrestrial problem statements coming from, like I mentioned, conventional sectors that are predominantly analogous to space, where it's dirty, dull, dangerous, and you would think that it's automated, but actually it's not, right? And we are building robots for space. We're building rovers on that could go on the moon and that could help us do a lot of tasks. But a lot of the terrestrial ecosystem still works on human capital. So the idea was to, as part of these startups that I was working in for a few years, I had seen everything from deploying robots and drones and various sorts of autonomous systems, ranging from applications like surveillance to warehouse automation to also in factory automation solutions and delivery drones, maritime solutions. So I kind of gained that experience in translating research from lab to market. So commercialization of research kind of became my wedge. Because I came from a technical background, I understood the complexity of building something that has not been built before, that is pioneering in nature. But then at the same time, you have to be pragmatic about your approach. You cannot say I'm going to go and mine the asteroid in 5 years and I'm going to go and raise $100 million, right? It's not pragmatic. Nobody is going to be taking that kind of risk. But on the other hand, if you were to say, I want to have a rover that is mining an asteroid in 10 years, but I'm going to start by deploying this on a mine in Australia, in Canada, in South America in 2 years. I'm going to de-risk a lot of the technological aspects and a lot of the commercial aspects before I go to the moon or Mars. Right? So it has to be a very iterative approach that you take.
And presumably de-risk and generate revenue from
Yeah.
something here on Earth, which is, I said at the beginning, uncharted AI really does what it says on the tin. I mean, it's called uncharted. Haven't we mapped all of the world already, or not?
Actually, a lot of people assume that since we've been here for a long time now, we should have technically mapped out the entire planet. But on the contrary, we've only mapped about 10% of Earth's resources.
Only 10%.
Only 10%. So 90% of what lies underneath is still unmapped. And that's where the market lies, right? How do we, and one of the primary reasons for that is because these resources that we're talking about are located in areas that are really, really harsh, extreme, inaccessible. You can think of thousands of square kilometers of mountains in Chile. Like, how do you go and prospect for resources there? Sure, you can use remote sensing, you can use satellite imagery, you can use some of the drone surveys, but then you really need to be on the ground to understand what's happening beneath the surface. But that was a starting point for us because we quickly realized that critical minerals is going to become a strategic, important resource for every nation in order to become indigenously capable of building anything for themselves. It could be electric vehicles, could be aerospace components, could be defense technologies, could be robotics. How do you build something if you don't have access to the raw material? You need to have access to lithium, to copper, to nickel, to gold, to rare earth elements, to critical minerals that we have today. And without this, you become dependent on an external resource or a source to give that material to you. So we realize that this is kind of the hindrance that companies and countries are having today to be able to build something indigenously. So that's a choke point that we want to solve.
But it's up until now been just too difficult to put the only way to do it was to try to sort of put boots on the ground to go and prospect an area and maybe use ground penetrating radar or something like that, and trying to do it, hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away in, minus 40 degrees. So how do I get fuel there? So robots able to do this, but again, presumably still faced with, if we've only mapped 10% of the Earth, it's still a very unstructured environment they're trying to operate in. So tell us a little bit about sort of maybe the AI that you're developing as well, so that we can accomplish this mission.
Sure. So what we have done is we've taken a different approach. So we are combining 3 layers in our solution. So it's on the one side, it's the hardware or the mobility platform itself, which is the robotic system, which could be in the form of a legged robot, in the form of a ground robot, in the form of a tracked robot, could also be a drone or a humanoid.
So you're agnostic to the hardware platform?
We're agnostic to the hardware platform. The reason is because we want to be able to deploy different platforms depending on the terrain, right? There can be a situation where the tracked platform is not so much useful anymore and you would need a different robotic system. So if you are coupling yourself with a particular hardware, then you're forced to use that hardware. So what if we can decouple the mechanics and the control aspect of it and then build something that is agnostic and that can get integrated on these various platforms? So that's the first part.
And that in itself is a very tough problem, isn't it? Because I know we've been talking to some other people who are moving just from a different robot platform, a different robot arm, and what should have been an easy problem turns out to be quite a difficult problem. So moving not just from one robot to another, but from as you say, from tracked to a drone or something. I imagine that even though it sounds straightforward to be platform agnostic, that again takes the kind of experience that you've already had. So that was one element, platform agnostic. What are the other 2 elements of your
solution? The other 2 elements, that we have are multimodal sensing. So we have a lot of these sensors that are available off the shelf, but the way in which we are approaching this is that we are taking data from multiple sensor modalities and we're fusing them together to create a much richer and a robust representation of the environment, because each sensor comes with its own limitations and challenges. So what if we could take a bunch of different sensors together and build the map so that we are not getting into any of these blind spots? So we use LiDARs, we use cameras, we use IMUs for navigation, and then we also have application-specific sensors or geophysical sensors that are used depending on what we're exploring. It could be electromagnetic, could be gravimeters, could be tomography sensors. A bunch of these sensors coming together, the multimodal sensor fusion is the second element of the solution.
And again, sounds simple, but it's not, is it? I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, we've got platform agnostic, multimodal. What's the third element?
And the third element is our AI geology engine, which basically is a creation of these set of algorithms that are basically trained using statistical and classical AI methods. But then we're also using newer forms of machine learning to make sure that the data that we get is able to provide us with some actual insights that can be used for decision making. So we're building essentially a decision intelligence layer that is helping companies to allocate their capital under geological uncertainty before they actually drill to extract these resources. So you have a set of robotic platforms, you have a set of sensors, you have a AI-based geology engine, and then what you get is a layer that will help you to understand where to drill, when to drill, and
So it's
what
going to
type of
tell you,
activity.
it's not just going to give you the data, it's going to tell you what does this mean,
Yeah,
and where's the money shot
correct.
if you're gonna drill. So again, that in itself sounds, well, it doesn't even sound simple. It sounds difficult. So it seems like you're trying to do three very difficult things, but again, your track record is exemplary. You haven't failed at a challenge so far. So where does Uncharted AI go from here? Are you actually in the field exploring now, or how far away are you from the first drilling that's been guided by Uncharted AI?
Sure. Before that, I also just want to mention that I have a great co-founder building Uncharted AI with me, Dr. Vivek Varadarajan, who also apparently has been at NASA, JPL in the past, and has a career of 15 years in building and deploying robotic platform for a lot of unstructured and remote environments. He has led missions with the Canadian Space Agency, with the European Space Agency, and with NASA JPL to build and deploy these sort of robotic platforms in a lot of these terrains that are very inaccessible and inhospitable. And he has joined me on this journey, and that's something that has accelerated our progress. And I was fortunate enough to find him. And today we are actually already deploying the robotic platforms with a bunch of customers in Australia and India, where we are helping them to understand before they go and drill in the pre-drilling survey and in the initial exploration and feasibility studies of the value chain as to where to go and drill and whether the resource located. So we are augmenting the human footprint by deploying robots and helping geologists and mining companies to get the information in a very short amount of time and to get sufficient amount of information and data, because mining is data driven. We need to understand exactly what are the resources, where are they located, how can you commercially extract those resources from the ground, right? And that's where we are coming in. We are helping them in this process by the elements and the solutions that I outlined. And today we have received significant traction from the global market. We are also exploring the Canadian ecosystem and market. Canada is one of the biggest markets again for us in terms of mining. There's a lot of mining happening in Canada, and we know the weather is not great, right? And we're going into a lot of these, again, remote, harsh environments where 6 months of the year you're not even able to go and explore because human beings cannot be in those sorts of extreme environments. It's
Is that
unsafe.
6 months of the year before Uncharted AI? Are you now, are you able to explore year round?
Yeah, we can because the kind of mobility systems that we have can operate in minus 50 degrees and up to plus 50 degrees. And we can design systems like we design for space that can endure these sorts of extreme terrains and environments, right? And then that's helping us to shrink the timeline of exploration. And just one thing I want to mention here today, the time taken from discovery to production is on average 15 years. It's just ridiculous that we are able to design space missions in less than 5 years, deploy something to the low Earth orbit, deploy something to the moon in less than 5 years, but we are not able to do the same on Earth. Like it's just very mind-boggling to
Presumably,
presume,
some of
yeah.
that is to do with risk, is it? That previously there was, people wanted things de-risked and that took time. But what you're saying is, particularly with the AI algorithm and the data that's fed into it, the probability of a successful result now is very high.
Yeah, yeah.
So you're hoping to shorten that 15 years, which again is part of that barrier to, going to the moon and Mars.
Sure.
We have to do this faster.
Yeah, we have to do this faster. We have to do it more efficiently. We have to do it in a safer and sustainable way, because the way in which it's operational today is not going to be sustainable any longer. We need about 293 copper mines to be able to supply to the copper demand for energy transition by 2050. That's just copper. Then we have nickel, we have lithium, we have gold. So imagine the number of operational mines that we need, and the operational mines that we have today are about 2 or 3 put together in total per year that are becoming operational.
So we need to spin these up. We need more of them, and we need them much
much
faster.
faster. And we see ourselves as a catalyst in this process of utilizing a much more scientific driven technological approach to prospecting and discovering of resources that not only will help us to prospect for resources on the terrestrial domain, but will one day in the very near future help us to prospect for resources on the moon, right? So that's the ultimate vision of Uncharted AI, to go to the moon and be able to build a base, build the infrastructure so that humans can become interplanetary species.
To boldly go. Well, I did promise everybody a great story. It is a truly inspirational story that you've given us this afternoon. I want to finish with one last question. Do you still want to be an astronaut?
Oh yes,
So
absolutely.
So whoever's listening, whether it is NASA or the Canadian Space Agency, I hope these serendipitous events continue, and Uncharted AI looks like it has a very bright future ahead of it. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you so much, Mark. It's been a pleasure. Thanks.
Thank you very much, everyone.